of Nationals baseball. After the clincher last night and all the exuberation around that, heavy hearts all over baseball today upon the passing of Jose Fernandez. Well said during Nats Extra pregame by Johnny, Ray, and Dan. And so, FP, from the player's perspective, if you're a National or you're FP Santangelo, a former player, he's not a member of your immediate family, but that's a big loss from your baseball family. How do you feel?
Well, baseball lost a good man today. And I lost a brother. 18,000 people in the history of the game, and something like this happens. It's tough. It's a sad day, but we'll get through it. He was a happy individual, and that's what I'm going to choose to remember. The enthusiasm, the positivity, and the happiness that he showed every fifth day. And even on the days he wasn't pitching, he was a fantastic teammate, a fantastic pitcher. And I think as we move forward, we have to remember the man, not the player. He was a great guy. So we all lost a great person today.
And Jose Fernandez pitched one of the best games of his young career against the Nationals just 5 days ago. That's a memory we will hold forever, as we wish nothing but the best for the Marlins, their family, his family, and the memory of Jose Fernandez. First of all, statement by Major League Commissioner Rob Manfred, and obviously all of baseball and people around the country, even those outside the game and around the world, feeling this way about Jose Fernandez. He was a rising star. Maybe pitched his best game ever against the Nats 5 days ago. Thoughts, prayers with his family, our buddies, the Marlins, and all of the people that were touched by his life. And there were many, many. And as Dan told you during the pregame, Trey Turner touched by him in their high school days. Martin Prado, teammate, veteran spokesman in this situation for the Marlins, told one of his teammates that that last game he pitched against the Nats on Tuesday in front of nearly 18,000 fans in Miami was the best he ever pitched. In that game, 8 innings, gave the Nationals only 3 hits. There was a Stephen Drew double in the first inning. He did not give up another hit to the Nats. until a Wilson Ramos bloop in the 8th. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 12. NFP, he was brilliant through 111 pitches.
He was. Don Manley said it's the best he's ever seen him. I'm just having trouble even watching that, wrapping my head around this whole thing.
And as Dan chronicled for us during Nats Extra pregame, nobody on the Nats closer to Jose Fernandez than Gio Gonzalez. Chris Izey puts his arm around Gio as during a moment of silence they had prior to the national anthem. A very, very difficult moment for one of our favorite guys from Florida, the Miami area, Gio Gonzalez. Teammates rallying in Miami, teammates rallying around Gio here in Pittsburgh. There's a ball game to be played today. The Nats have taken care of their business. They have clinched the East, and here's the lineup today. It'll start with Ben Revere, go with Wilmer Defoe and Bryce Harper, who's 4 for 10 in this series, and Bryce 5 for his last 14, couple of RBIs in 3 games. Rendon, Robinson, Espinosa, Brian Goodwin gets a start. Jose Lobaton gives Wilson Ramos a much-needed day off. And a couple of pitchers facing the other ball club for the first time. A.J. Cole against the Pirates, and 23-year-old Tyler Glasnow for the Pittsburgh ball club against our Nats.
Yeah, 3rd big league start for Glasnow. 3-inning relief appearance was the last time he was out there on the 18th against Cincinnati. Gave up no runs in 3 innings. Struck out a couple through 55 pitches. So fastball goes 93 to 96. It'll sit there. He can touch 98 with it. Curveball's best secondary pitch. He throws it 33% of the time at 79. It's a good one. Here's a defense for the Pirates behind Glasnow. Rodriguez, McCutchen, Bell, the outfield. Mercer, Gung left side. Florimon, Jaso right side. And Eric Fryer behind the plate.
So not a single batter in this game has faced an opposing starter here today. Here's Revere. First pitch of the game is in there. We're underway at 1:37 on a brilliant Sunday afternoon here. Clear skies, 71 degrees. Revere, line drive, base hit, pulling it to right field. Ben's first at bat of the series. And next up will be Wilmer Defoe.
Well, there goes a no-hitter. Ben Revere taking care of that early. Glasnow 6'8", 225. 23 years old, 1 month and 2 days. So that's how this one starts. A clean single by Ben Revere.
Defoe in the series, 1 for 2. Revere this year stealing 12 out of 17. Jordan Baker, 5th year in the big leagues, has the plate today. Mark Wegner, Tim Timmons, and the crew chief over at third. There's Mike Everett. Third baseman Gung, shallow. Defoe can fly. $13 for 44 in 24 ball games. As a big leaguer, at least this year. Defoe hitting .295 and Brian Goodwin at .310 through 29 at bats. Young guys are doing well.
That shot at Gio in the national anthem just really hit home. I mean, those guys were close, and I thought Clint Hurdle summed it up real nicely today. He had some quotes that were just amazing. He said, if you use your eyes and ears, there's reminders throughout your week that life's short and you don't call the shots. And a sense of gratitude and joy needs to be more prevalent.
Revere, great jump. Not that close at second base, and that's number 13 for Ben. Yeah, great thoughts.
He went on to say, be where your feet are. Enjoy the moment. There'll be a day when there won't be another. I think everybody playing with a heavy heart today. Baseball lost a brother. And like I said in the open, remember the man, not the player. The player was fantastic. The man was better.
1 ball, 1 strike to Wilmer Defoe. think that's what sports heroes who are outstanding human beings can do. They can stop you from your everyday thoughts and activities and take a little stock and think, you know what, I need to love a little bit more today than I did yesterday. Pitch up and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I just love the game so much. That's what we loved about him. He had so much passion and love for the baseball. You talk about make baseball fun again. He did. Still having trouble with the whole thing.
Two to Wilmer. He's going to take it up and away. 3-2. Big gap right center. Long count. Nobody out. Wilmer having a nice at bat. They're going to make Glasnow work hard against the first 2 batters here. Dusty Baker's ball club, 171 days in first place this year. And he said last night, this is what I expected to happen. 3-2 again.
That's why he got back into it. We were joking early in the season that he was a lock for comeback manager of the year. There's no such thing. But I mean, if there was, he'd be right up there, manager of the year, in my opinion. He took a club that was an absolute mess at the end of last season. I don't care. There's no other way to put it. They were a mess. And now they're division champs.
Three-2 again. What a great at bat by Wilmer Defoe. Takes the curveball inside. 2 on, nobody out for Bryce Harper. Steve Blass told me something this morning that was amazing. There he is, the former Pirate great, working with Bob Walk on TV today. Steve told me that he woke up this morning and heard the news. It struck him like a thunderbolt of the morning he woke up and found out Roberto Clemente had been killed the night before.
Wow. On
a mercy mission to earthquake victims. And Steve said, like Fernandez, Roberto Clemente was a great teammate who shone a light on everybody around him and had an unbelievable presence on that ball club. Steve said, if you were a 10-year veteran, he talked to you for 2 minutes and felt like a 10-year-old kid. So we lost a great Pirate, and today we lost a great Marlin. 1-0 to Bryce Harper. Shift is on. The runners are going, and it appears to be a double steal. Revere stays on the bag over there as Mike Everett calls him safe, and Defoe gets to second.
You know, even though the extras are in there today, the games are big in the sense that you want the home field advantage. You want the first 2 games at Nats Park. You want the Friday and Saturday games, not the Monday and Tuesday games in Los Angeles. Did he stay on there? Looked like he might have came off a little bit there at the end, or in the middle, I should say. Clint Hurl looking down. Bench coach Dave Joust probably on the phone right now. They got the We Are Family unis on. So his hand hits, he's safe, obviously. Now watch. Does the hand come off, and is he off right there before his foot hits? I don't know. Not gonna check it.
Not going to challenge. Nats now 112 steals as a team, 5th most in the league. 2-0 to Harper. And that is ball 3.
Green light all the way, right?
Oh, yeah. Anything to work with in this ballpark. Nats have 116 first inning runs on the year after getting 3 last night. Most in baseball. And a shot over the Pirates dugout for strike 1. Bryce in the series, 4 hits, couple of RBIs. Two batted in last night. Sac fly, fielder's choice ground ball, later pulled a laser to right, and Josh Bell is about 3 steps in front of the track, in front of the Clemente wall. Bryce will pull it to the right side for a productive out. He'll drive in another run. The Nats on the board, and third base for Wilmer Defoe. Bryce Harper, 85 RBIs.
Accomplished a couple of things, got one in, got one over, and now Anthony Rendon trying to make it at least 2-0, maybe more. We'll see. Probably a lot of Advil going around that dugout today, I would imagine.
Well, you and I got down there a little late. The celebration pretty much over. When I walked in, it was like a minefield with corks. But the plastic was coming down, and the guys went about their business of grabbing a meal and getting ready to get back to the hotel. But what a great night. Anthony Rendon now. Anthony Rendon then. He's ahead in the count. He's driven in 79 runs. That's a long one to left center. Nats lead 2-0. Rendon will hop the wall. Couple of hops to the wall with his 38th double. So he makes it to 80 batted in right after Bryce made it to 85.
Well, nice swing here. Easy swing by Anthony Rendon. Just catches that fastball, that sinker chasing him, and got his hands inside of it. You know, you don't get your hands inside that ball. It's a ground ball to third, but watch him pull his arms in close to his body, barrel it up into the gap. Give Bryce Harper a lot of credit for getting Wilmer Defoe to third and making the at-bat a little more simplified for Anthony Rendon.
Reese Scherz, the pitching coach, out already. Single, walk, double steal, RBI grounder, RBI double. Clint Robinson next as the Nats are off to a great start here. So we don't have to scoreboard watch for the Mets anymore. Some scoreboard watching will be done for the Dodgers, who host the Rockies later. Right now it's LA, a game and a half back of the Nats, and FP talked about how important it is to have that first round home field. Clint in the series 0 for 1.
Plus, you don't have to go to Los Angeles potentially twice. A cross-country flight.
Yeah.
And there's so many reasons why this is important. Besides the obvious.
Shortstop Mercer right behind Rendon. 94 in there. Every time Clint starts, we update the numbers. Last 26, 272. Did he go? He's punched out by Mike Everett. 2 down. Next up, Danny Espinosa.
Trying to cash in RBI number 70 right here. It's a big number.
Yeah, how about the milestones already? 85 by Harper, Rendon 80, and we'll see if Danny can follow. 2 for 8 in the series. Homer, couple of RBIs, a walk.
Took his ball away. His home run ball sat there for 2 games.
Yeah, somebody got those BP balls too, but his didn't say practice on it. Pirate outfield swinging around towards the right side.
I mean, it is an absolutely perfect day out weather-wise. Just a beautiful day for baseball. Couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, what a setting. Two-0 count. Espinosa under it and out to short right field. Fleury-Mon out. Josh Bell, and neither takes charge. Scoring is Rendon, and it's 3-0. Young second baseman, young outfielder.
Well, that's the outfielder's play all the way. When a ball's that high and you're coming in as a right fielder, that's yours. Unless you don't want it, and it appeared to me that Josh Bell didn't want anything to do with this. They're just both looking at each other. This can't happen. This is the big leagues. This play has to be made 100 times out of 100, not just 99. Watch Bell give up on it. Look at his second baseman. They're both looking at each other. And the error all the way, right?
Well, yeah, Pirates defense, quite honestly, has been brutal in this series.
You know, if that would have fallen clean, that would have been a hit. And just because he reaches out the last second, gets his glove on it, it's an error?
Yeah, I guess that's what the scorers look at.
That's how it goes, right?
7 Pittsburgh errors in 2 games plus 1 inning. Brian Goodwin, the number 7 man. Two and 0.
And don't forget, besides playing for that home field advantage, there's certain players that are playing to make the postseason roster. For those of you who don't know, you can make the roster however is advantageous to you based on who you're playing, based on who's hot the last week of the season. A guy like Brian Goodman could be an option for Dusty Baker off the bench if he has a couple of 2-3 good games here down the stretch. So there's certain fringy guys, so to speak, bullpen, bench guys that are playing for a chance to play in the postseason. And maybe you face a team with a ton of righties in the bullpen and you need to stack your bench with lefties. So that's kind of how that whole thing goes.
3-0 with 2 outs. You don't see many check swings on 3-0. Off to the left it went.
That was a yellow light. He had the yellow light. 3-0.
Amber. But Brian's done well. 9 hits and 29 at bats. Couple of RBIs. 17th big league ball game. .284 at Syracuse this year. 109 ball games. Drove in 62 runs, 11 homers, and he stole 14 bases. Strike 3 call. Long inning for Glasnow. The Nats get 3 runs early for Cole. I got to be honest, I crack up every time I see Bryce Harper with Katie Ledecky's swim cap on.
Oh, he absolutely nailed that. He was a firefighter in 14. Katie Ledecky in 16. And in 12, he was pounding sparkling cider with Drake LaRoche.
Yes, he was.
He wasn't old enough to do that. He's probably feeling great today. I got to give it up for the fans that came up last night. It was quite a celebration behind the Nats dugout. I would say over 1,000 fans stayed. There was a Hunter Hayes concert. They turned off all the lights, but the fans were going nuts, chanting, "Let's go Nats." The players came out and said hi to him real quick, and then the parties kind of spread all throughout the city of Pittsburgh. But hats off to Nats fans for coming up here last night, doing a heck of a job.
They did. It's about a 20-minute walk back to the hotel, and every block had people clad in red. It was awesome last night. Hey, J. Cole, 1-2 career, 9 games, 7 starts this year. 1-2 in 6 previous starts. First time he faces the Pirates, John Jaso, the hitter.
See the opponent's average 238 against, fastball, slider, curveball change, 79 pitch effort against the Marlins last time out. Gave up a couple of runs in 4 innings of work.
Good fastball riding up to the left-handed batter. Shifting on Jaso. Jaso in the series 1 for 4, hitting .263. Young outfielder Josh Bell, then Andrew McCutchen, bottom of the first. And that's a no-no after a 3-run top of the first. Pirates are 6th in the league in runs, 4th in batting average. Jung Ho Kang's been great this series. He got himself out of a big-time slump with a couple of walks and an RBI on Friday. Came into the series 1 for 17. And he had 3 hits, hit by a pitch last night. So here's Josh Bell. Only Pirates run last night, that towering home run. 1 out, 3rd inning to right field. He's hit 3, driven in 18 in 38 games.
All right, here's your Nats defense. Goodwin, Revere, Harper, the outfield. Espinosa, Rendon, left side. Defoe, Robinson, right side. Jose Lobaton behind the plate. Always fun when Jose catches.
I want to see him pull happy today and see what happens. He does some damage offensively every time he starts, and he's had his share of base hits the other way too. That's a great 0-2 pitch, and Cole just missing away to Bell. And the breaking ball evens things up. Fastball off the plate from 0-2 to 3-2 after walking the leadoff man. And McCutchen next. Nissan will track.
Jose trying to make it look like a strike. Jordan Baker's being tough on Lobaton so far. He's framed a couple of pitches up like he always does, and he's not getting the calls.
Two walks. Just like that, the tying run walking to the plate. Who is that hooded man?
He is feeling chipper today. Real good. He's feeling awesome down there. Look at this. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Every other year from now on.
My question is, do we have the 3 day after pictures too?
Yeah.
We have one of them. So here's McCutchen, who's sitting on 1,299 hits. He lined out to third on a pitch by Blake Trinan to finish the ball game last night. Get that magic number down to 1 for about 18 minutes or so. And then came the clinch. Good first pitch breaking ball. Inside the numbers, brought to you by Jeep. So consecutive seasons with 50 or more extra base hits. Paul Wainer, the all-time Pirate, and Andrew McCutchen has 7. 25 doubles, 3 triples, 24 home runs this year to do that again. Off speed inside. 2-1. By the way, we've heard from many of you expressing your joy about the music between pitches. There's a speaker 10 feet right above us here for the public address system, so we're getting it along with you. 3-1.
I'm driving back to DC after the game today. I'm going to play organ music the whole way.
Well, that may be one way of lulling yourself so the Pennsylvania Highway Patrol doesn't get you on the turnpike.
Ha! They can't catch me. Drive the win, baby.
3-1. Bases loaded on 3 walks. And Mike Maddox was out of the dugout before Lobaton's throw made it back to A.J. Cole.
Well, to the point I was making at the top of the first, you're pitching for a chance to be on the playoff roster and 3 walks to open up the game. Not the way A.J. Cole pictured this one start. See if he can lock it in and pull Houdiniac to get out of this one.
Fred Baker joining the conversation, listening intently. So Gung in the series, 3 hits, an RBI, 3 walks, hit by a pitch. It's been all over the bases.
Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne, way better than Logan.
Who doesn't want Ozzy Osbourne at 2:06 on a Sunday afternoon?
Well, after last night, not me.
And as they say, this is the big leagues. It's no gravy train. You got to throw strikes.
They give up a run here and a ground ball. It's okay. 2 outs, runner on third is what A.J. Cole's looking for. It's a good pitch. It's a ground ball if he swings.
Or a crazy train.
Gravy train, crazy train.
1-1. Maybe his best fastball so far.
think now you go for the punch out if you're A.J. Cole. Try that slider, break it off the plate away, then get your ground ball, and then you're really doing a Houdini act.
Nats have turned to 139 on the year, 6th in the league.
It's a good take. Wow. Because that was a good pitch. Not for a strike, but for a swinging strike. He tried to get a chase strike 3.
2-2 with nobody out. Four pitches, 9 strikes.
It's important to work fast today because there's a lot of guys standing behind you without a lot of sleep. And if you're throwing ball after ball after ball and walking guys, your concentration on defense plus a slow tempo, you're going to be all over the place.
3-2 again. And hooking foul. Rafael Martinez up and throwing, and he's in a hurry. Into center. Base hit. They're going to hold the second runner. And it's a 3-1 game as Scum delivers again. And the Pirates have the line moving here with John Rodriguez next.
Yeah, good at bat by Gung, right back up the middle. Knew he was getting a 3-2 fastball. Ben Revere started to charge it, then pulls up and plays it on a hop. I don't think he would have caught it if he kept coming. It might have been disaster because he would have been too close to the ball, and who knows.
John Rodriguez in the series, 2 for 9, an RBI, that big double in the 9th inning on Friday night. Cole off the full windup. And that ball is high and deep to left center. On the track, Goodwin has it. 2 runners move up, and it's now 3-2.
Off the bat, that looked like it had a chance. Good base running by Andrew McCutcheon to advance to third with 1 out. A good at bat by Sean Rodriguez.
And that's close to home run distance in many parks. Very deep here in that part of left center. And next up is the shortstop, Jordy Mercer, who starts his first game of the series.
When you're struggling as a pitcher with your command, you walk the first 3 hitters, you go from trying to throw quality strikes to just throwing strikes, period. So now all of a sudden you're getting lots of plate, and A.J. Cole doesn't have the fastball velocity to get lots of plate. He has to throw to a corner. He has to rely on movement, keeping you off balance with the slider too. So You know, if he's not throwing strikes and then he's just trying to throw it right down the middle, it's going to get hit.
Behind this hitter 1-0. And Mercer on a pitch that might have been off the plate inside. Pops it up to Lobaton. 2 down.
Big out.
And now tagging and scoring is McCutchen. On a pop-up to the catcher.
Jose Lobaton tried to throw it to second to get Gung. And watch McCutchen. What a heads-up play by Andrew McCutchen. Watch. Look, he's telling him. He's waving him to go to second. Did you see that? Kind of a trick play, and Jose Lobaton bit. Did you see McCutchen telling Gung to go as he was going back to the bag with his right hand? He's like, tag up and go. Let's do this. So they've obviously worked on that before, obviously done it before. But a really good play, a really heads-up play by the Pirates. I'd love to see aggressive base running like that.
Game tied up just like that. Here's Pedro Florimon, the second baseman.
I mean, in essence, it turned out to be a first and third steal. Watch. Watch him wave. See him waving? Go, go. He's telling him to tag up. And now they're waiting for the throw, and Jose's surprised by it, almost like a delay steal.
Yeah.
Throws to second, and McCutchen scored.
One ball and 2 strikes. That happened after the ball caught. You can't give the batter a sac fly on that, but it's the old scoring on the throw. It's like a base runner taking an extra base, maybe on a throw to home, going from second to third, and just like that, the Pirates tie it.
So that's not the shortest sac fly in the history of baseball?
I don't think so. There have been foul balls for sac flies, of course, in the past, but not usually to the catcher. Three and 2 to another hitter. Pedro Florimon, 28 years of age, from the Dominican. Nats property for about 2 months 2 years ago. From the end of the season until November of 14. He'll pop it up. Danny Espinosa just onto the outfield grass. Crazy first inning for both starters, and it's 3-3 in Pittsburgh.
Rams tied with the Pirates. Now, the Nationals popped a lot of champagne last night. They dumped a whole lot of beer in the visiting clubhouse here at PNC Park. That staff needed to go ahead and get the clubhouse ready for today. So how did they go about doing that? Well, it took a lot of work. Nationals clubhouse manager Mike Wallace telling me that the Pirates clubhouse staff did a great job. They squeegeed the carpet, tried to get all the excess alcohol out of there. Then they went with the carpet extractors. Then they had giant, big industrial fans that they ran all night long. And you wouldn't really know that anything happened. They did a pretty good job of cleaning the place up. A little bit of tape still up on the walls and a slight smell of alcohol, guys, kind of hanging in there. But a fantastic job done by Wally and the Pirates visiting clubhouse crew to get ready for another ball game today.
Yeah, well done by the Nat staff and help from the Buccos. We appreciate that.
Well done by Mass and Dan down there last night, too. He did a heck of a job with those interviews in the face of adversity.
Line of the night, gluten-free beer.
Line of the night.
Coons.com sideline report with Dan. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
Dan's a veteran at that stuff now.
Some reporters never get to do that.
That's right. Some in-game reporters, sideline guys, never.
And some get it 2 of their first 3 years.
Didn't expect it every year, maybe.
3-0 to Lobotone. And the worst thing Tyler Glasnow could do now would be to come out and walk his leadoff guy. Jose, 216 on the year. But from the left side of the plate, hitting 247. Taking all the way in front of the pitcher, Cole. So 29 pitches first inning for Glasnow. And then Cole 37 to get through his first frame. Mass and Dan highlights from last night.
That is really cool. That is
Lobotone, right center base hit. Continues to hit well every time he gets a start. He's at first in the second.
I'll tell you what, as we look at Jose Lobotone's bullet to right center, players don't do what they just did to Dan if they don't like you. So that is a compliment to Mass and Dan that he got showered last night by the players.
So if you're a reporter and you come out dry, update the resume, is that what you're saying?
That means you're a dork and nobody likes you.
That's a fair ball. Tag, throw, double play. My, are we seeing some unusual things? A 2-6 double play on a bunt that went nowhere.
Well, the shortest sac fly ever. Oh, and the shortest sacrifice bunt ever. Got a run right there. Don't be an umpire, take off. That way they have to throw it to first and the bunt works.
Question, if AJ takes off there and the catcher's in the baseline, what happens?
I don't know because he didn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, he could have initiated some contact that might have changed the result of that play. So the bases are empty, 2 outs. Ben Revere, base hit, stole third, front end of a double steal with Wilmer Defoe, and scored on a Bryce Harper ground ball, first time up. Left side. It's going to be a base hit. Mercer knew it. No thought of throwing. And the Nats have 2 hits in the inning. Defoe coming up with 2 outs.
Nice day for Ben Revere. Base hit first time up. Little 5.5 action. Second time up.
Here's Defoe. Walk, steal, and a run himself. See if Revere tries to get into scoring position with 2 outs. Tyler Glass now really slowed things down in the first inning with men aboard. Defoe hitting just under 300 this go round in the big leagues. Had a little bit of action last season. 25th ball game at the big league level. Takes it upstairs.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, yeah, like that's going to happen today. Look forward to Miller time later in the ball game. Brought to you by Miller Lite. It's the last thing on my mind.
Breaking ball dropped to the inside edge. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
Sitting fastball got the hook. Try to bounce one here with 2 strikes.
Strike 3 call. Defoe knew it. Walks away, and the Nats will strand their second base runner in a 3-3 game.
3-3 as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Beautiful day for baseball. Beautiful day for yoga. Sunday, October 2nd. That's Marlins play 3:05 start, so mark down the start time. Post-game yoga class, and you can receive a Nationals yoga mat. Special ticket is required, so visit nationals.com/yoga.
Well, tonight the Nationals were going to have a celebration ball club organized at the ballpark in D.C., but that's been canceled in the wake of the Jose Fernandez tragedy. The Nats want to pay tribute to him. But if you do want to greet the team buses as they come back from Dulles tonight, you are welcome to do that along Potomac Avenue, first base side of the ballpark. We know a lot of fans were inquiring about that last night. But the team sanctioned event that was going to take place tonight has been canceled, so know that. And I remember when we came home from Atlanta a couple years ago. Great crowd waiting for the boys. And as we go to the bottom of the second, Eric Fryer bounces out to Wilmer Defoe.
Yeah, the guys love that stuff, by the way, so if you're not doing anything tonight, come by the yard, make some signs. She's crushing. How cute is she? My goodness.
They have kids doing the do-ups here. And kids eating snacks at the ballpark, and the crowd got a chuckle because the youngster who just did the announcement announced Tyler Glasnow as a question rather than an exclamation point. Fortunate to get through the pronunciation. He got it right, or she got it right. And the count is 0-2 from A.J. Cole, trying to retire his 5th consecutive batter.
Like he wasn't sure who was hitting, or he wasn't sure how to say it.
I don't know. It was funny. It came out as a question. Swing and a miss, 2 outs. First strikeout. Washington area Toyota dealers helping children and their families. So every time a Nats pitcher strikes out an opposing hitter, $37 to the children's end of the National Institutes of Health. Toyota, case for kids. Strike call to John Jaso, who was the first of the 3 walks for the Pirates, leading off the bottom of the first.
Arm angle looks a little bit lower than normal for AJ today. Kind of getting on the side of those sliders and not on top of them. I mean, he's a 3/4 guy, but it's a little bit lower today.
With 1 strike, Anthony Rendon left the third base area, moved towards short, and now on 2 strikes he's moved a few more steps to our right. On the shift here, 1-2, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Cole dropping a nasty breaking ball for his 2nd K. So Bryce Harper to lead off the top of the 3rd. Rendon Robinson right behind him. to the top of the third inning with Bryce Harper. And Jeep brings us the list of players who've been on 3-time division championship ball clubs with the Nats. Danny, Gio, Bryce, of course, Wilson Ramos, Steven Strasburg, Jason, and Ryan. And Bryce really parlayed the second one into a great series a couple of years ago. There he is last night, rocking the Katie Ledecky swim cap. So if you hold up 5 medals, you get a free swim cap, evidently, while she's throwing out the first pitch. That was cool.
I don't remember her having a beard like that, but good effort by Bryce. That was strong.
In that division series after that against the Giants, he had 3 home runs, drove in 4, had a double, played outstanding defense in the outfield. And on the biggest stage, Bryce brought out his best sequence of 2014.
His 14 playoffs turned into a 15 MVP. And Daniel Murphy's 15 playoffs are turning into a near MVP season. Funny how that works, right? You do well on the biggest stage, and then regular season games just seem like baseball games. You don't get too amped and you do your thing.
Yeah.
When you played the Yankees in the 90s, you saw that all the time. Just the calm nature, the confident nature they all had playing regular season games. It wasn't a big deal. You see bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, and Jeter would be up, and he'd be as relaxed as if it was a spring training game, because he's played in all these World Series games, these division championship games, league champ. So that situation, the regular season, is not a big deal. Not when you've had successes in October.
0-2 to Bryce, who took a big rip there. He'll step out.
Often marveled how those Yankee teams got through a regular season. I always thought it must be boring for them.
Taking everybody's best bolt every day for quite a number of years. Bryce Harper, a bolt, right field line into the corner. So Harper, an RBI grounder, first time up. He's going to keep going for 3. They overshoot both cutoff men. And Bryce Harper's at third base with a leadoff triple in the 3rd.
Is he hurt?
Tumbled in there.
Well, Gunn faked the slide. You faked a tag. You don't fake a tag in the big leagues. You don't fake a tag anywhere. You can hurt somebody. He saw the throw off, so he wanted Bryce Harper to slide. He's going over to apologize right now, but you don't deke a tag. I don't know that I've ever seen a deke of a tag in the big leagues, but it's one of the worst things you can do. You talk about unwritten rules in baseball. When you fake a tag and make a guy slide, you see the tag, and Bryce slid late because Gunn put his glove down. The ball was nowhere near. Watch. You don't fake a tag. I mean, that's awful. And that's the reason he slid so late.
Well, Paul Lessard out to look at Bryce.
Just don't do that at this level or any level.
Left thumb. The trainer doing most of the talking, Dusty doing a lot of listening here. Dusty's walking toward Jordan Baker, the home plate umpire.
Yeah, Bryce is a top hand hitter, and that looks like his top hand, right? Left hand.
And Dusty's looking into the Pittsburgh dugout there.
Yeah, I think he's saying something about what I'm saying up here. You don't fake tags. He's pointing at Clint Hurdle right now, and we might have action. There's players moving toward the top step on both sides.
Well, Dusty did not walk a straight line toward the Nats dugout. He came right down the third baseline toward the umpire, turned to the Pittsburgh dugout, had words.
You just don't do that. I mean, there's a lot of words I wish I could say on the air right now, but I think about that. And one starts with horse. Watch the tag. You just don't do this. So now Bryce thinks the throw's coming, and he awkwardly slides. Bob Henley's telling him up, up, up. He sees the tag, and that supersedes everything your third bases coach is telling you. Stay tuned. This could get interesting.
Gung due to bat third in the next inning. Breaking ball inside to Anthony Rendon. So Bryce Harper's at third base with nobody out. Fortunately, feeling well enough to stay in the game. Fastball is in there. Counts even 1-1. Anthony Rendon. A rocket to left center for an RBI double. First time up. Put the Nats up 2-0. They scored another on a muffed fly ball to right by Josh Bell, who, by the way, on that throw with Harper going to third, missed both cutoff men. He threw it so high. Rendon up the middle. It's an RBI, whether the play gets made or not, and he is safe with a base hit. Rendon 2 for 2, and the Nats retake the lead 4-3.
A good swing by Rendon. Pretty good play by Jordy Mercer. He went a long way for this, made it way closer than you thought. Maybe it hit on the mound and lost some speed, but got rid of it quick with something on it. Anthony Rendon beats it out for now. Jordan Baker, home plate umpire, looking at the Pirates dugout to see if they're going to challenge this. RBI either way. 4-3 either way. It's just a matter if Anthony Rendon's on first or not with a base hit and an RBI. Clint Robinson's ready to hit.
Pitcher back up to the mound. No challenge.
Sweet play.
Anthony Rendon coming alive. 1 for 8 first 2 games of the series, and now he has 3 hits in a row, counting his single in the 9th last evening. Last now struck out Clint Robinson first time. Check swing for strike 3. And then the breaking ball after the heater. Target in. Didn't get it in there enough, and Clint Robinson with a base hit. Off-speed pitch. And the Nats have 3 consecutive hits in the 3rd inning. Wednesday, Hispanic Heritage Day at the ballpark, presented by Budweiser. Watch the Nats and the D-backs 7:05 first pitch. Celebrate with live music, a pregame DJ, flag presentation. Visit nationals.com/tickets. Ray Searage to the mound again. The Nats have 7 hits in 3 innings. When you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. Brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. So peruse the list of good hitting at sort of middle A Hagerstown and then high A Potomac this year. Nats youngsters make their first stop at Auburn, then Hagerstown, then Potomac before they make their strides toward Double A Harrisburg. So here's Danny Espinosa. Hit that fly ball to right that Florimon and Bell allowed to drop in the first inning, giving the Nats that third run. Smelling RBIs. There's left-hander Wade LeBlanc. A 1 pitch. And he got some people on the move at the corners there. 1-1.
It's a good idea. Probably button for a hit, but accomplish a couple of things.
Two and one.
Might have crossed him up. He was going to block that like it was supposed to be a curveball, and ended up being a fastball. Hasn't been the smoothest game so far when you talk about everything that's happened. The pop-up dropping in right, the sac fly behind home plate, the bunt in front of home plate, the fake tag by Gung. It's been a strange one so far. Are those real pirates or just people that dress up like pirates?
Well, the one on the left's a former Pirate. 2-1. Espinosa trying to check his swing, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's former Pirate. That might be your best line all year.
Not sure when he walked the plank, but it's been a while. 2-2. Yeah, some fans emailing me through the Nats website last night. What time will the buses get to the ballpark? I gave them an estimated time of 8 to 8:30, but I said that's based on a 3-hour game.
Oh, yeah.
So
they pushed that back to about midnight right now.
You know, I'll figure that out. Nats leave here as a rule an hour after the game ends. It's about 25 or 30 minutes to the Pittsburgh airport and about a 40-minute flight to Dulles. And we'll spend more time on the ground coming home than we will in the air.
The flight could have made it to D.C. by the time the next pitch is thrown, too.
Yeah, this game is swinging in the hammock on a Sunday afternoon. Just taking it easy.
I'm feeling like that skeleton right now out there. It's asking for timeout. Time!
Two to Espinosa. And a breaking ball right in there. 1 out, 3rd inning. 4th strikeout for Tyler Glasnow. MLB.TV, check it out. Watch everybody's drive to the pen. And by the way, could be another couple of clinchers today. At Bat Premium, you also get a free subscription to that, the #1 app for live baseball. Visit MLB.TV. Dodgers' magic number is 1. The Indians is 2. Boston ahead in their game, but they couldn't clinch until at least tomorrow. Their magic number is 3. match clinched the day after the Rangers did.
How weird was it that the Phillies almost blew a 10-run lead last night? We had the nail bite at the end of that one.
I mean, the winning run was in the batter's box.
It was. Was it Lucas Duda had a chance to walk off the Phillies last night?
Yeah, I think he popped up for the second out, and then ground ball back to the pitcher, and the Nats clubhouse became a mess.
A hot mess.
Rendon at second, Robinson at first here. The Nats have taken the lead in the third. It's 4-3. They've out hit the Pirates 7-1. Right now, Tyler Glasnow's best pitches have been breaking balls to left-handers.
Actually balked before that pitch. He started his hands and then restarted them. Nobody saw it.
Another one. So 2 on, nobody out, goes to 2 on, 2 out. And the inning's up to Jose Lobaton, who singled first time up. Nissan will track it.
Another curveball, big sweeper. Jose Lobaton had a base hit his first time up, trying to do the same right here.
Unhittable hook. And he gets under that one out to center. McCutchen. Promising inning, came to a quick close, but Rendon drove in Harper, and the Nats have a 1-run lead.
Bryce Harper, who has exited this game as we go to the bottom of the third. We'll show you what happened on the triple that he just hit last inning. Down the corner, takes a while for Josh Bell to dig it out, and Bryce goes for 3. The throw was wide, it was nowhere near, and for some reason there was a fake tag at third base by Gung, and Bryce slid awkwardly into the bag, and let's cross our fingers he's okay. And as you probably already know, the Nats don't tell us any updates on injuries, so you'll know when we know.
So some Geico highlights. Chris Heisey will be the number 3 hitter and playing right field now. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And Dusty has to be steamed about that. It'll be Bell, McCutchen, and Gung. Bottom of the third. A.J. Cole, 2 innings, 46 pitches, 26 strikes. But he has retired 6 batters in a row. There's Josh Bell, second man to walk in that first inning. Up and away. Reno. Josh Bell, as opposed to most young hitters, more walks than strikeouts in his first 39 big league games. 15 Ks, 19 walks. Oops, better go get the bat. And McCutchen throws it back to him as quick as he can.
My ball's outside. I think I would have thrown my bat too. Way outside.
Wow. 3-2 pitch coming. And high in the air. Tailing back to the left fielder. Goodwin. First out, bottom of the third. Inside the numbers brought to you by Jeep. So Dusty will be the third manager to lead 4 different teams into the playoffs. For Dusty, Giants, Reds, Cubs, Nats. For Davey Johnson, Mets, Reds, Orioles, Nats. Billy Martin, A's, Tigers, Twins, Yankees. Quite a list. And the Nats are the first team, as we said last night, if you missed it, in the division era that started in 1969 to win 3 championships in 5 years with 3 different managers. Oh, and 1 to McCutchen, who walked his first time.
Well, I think that would be an impressive stat if it was 3 different general managers. But Mike Rizzo's been here the whole time. He's been the one constant that's kept this ship afloat, moving in the right direction, making great moves with the help of the learners in the ownership group. I mean, that's been the constant.
Yep. That's a great breaking ball for the strikeout. All right, 2 outs, base is empty. Here comes Gung, who just put Bryce Harper out of this game. You can hear some Nats fans booing. RBI single up the middle, first time up. He really crowds the plate. And the first one's behind him. And A.J. is going to be thrown out of the game.
Well, if you get thrown out of the game, you got to hit him.
There are players from both dugouts entering the field.
We got action.
Jordan Baker screaming at the Nats to get back into the dugout. Umpires on the other side, and there are words being exchanged on both sides.
We got action.
And we got some action going down the third baseline here. Sean Rodriguez in the middle of that thing. He's usually the one that kind of leads the scrappiness around here. Now the bullpens arrive on the scene. So with these expanded rosters, you have about 75 to 80 players within about a 20-foot square area.
So you think I overreacted on that fake tag?
No. And A.J. Cole just got the respect of his teammates, I'll tell you that. Although
Jason Worth is losing his mind.
Yeah. You could see it coming.
Jason was the first one out of the dugout, and he wanted a piece of the Pirates. You just don't do what Gunn did. You don't. I mean, there's not too many things you can do worse on a field than fake a tag and get somebody hurt. You don't do it. And we're not done yet. Dusty still wants a piece of somebody. I think Dusty's thinking right now, hey, we can't get anybody hurt.
And I credit the umpires with so much personnel on the field.
But they're still milling around. If you're taking charge of this game, you spread these guys out. I mean, there's still something can still happen. Now they're starting to break it up.
Yeah, well, they're trying to. I think it's 4 guys against 70 here. And nothing major happening, but
as soon as I saw Jose Lobaton setting up down in, I said, we're on. This is going to happen.
And Jordan Baker, of course, the umpires have the discretion to read intent. So he jumped out and didn't warn the dugouts. He ejected A.J. Cole.
Well, he saw Dusty Baker chirping toward the Pirates dugout, and he knew that Dusty was hacked off because of the fake tag. So everyone in the ballpark knew that was coming. And Jason Moore still wants a piece of somebody. I can't say I blame him. Dusty's drawn with Sean Rodriguez. I mean, Jason and Sean Rodriguez are drawn at each other across the field. Sean wants something besides a cooler.
And we've seen that before. He's probably the most emotional, aggressive Pirate in situations like this.
The Pirates are in a bad situation right now because they know they have to stand up for their guy. They love their third baseman, but they also know he was wrong. But when you're standing up for your teammates,
umpires, all 4 of them still eyeballing the Pirates dugout. It's going to take a while because the Nats are still determining who will come in and pitch. But right now, all the attention is on cooling off the red-hot Sean Rodriguez, who went down to the bottom step and now walks toward the third base end of the Pirates dugout. Now maybe he's been ejected. Looks like he might have gone to the clubhouse. Umpires huddling to maybe list who's out of this game.
this one has potential to go down into the tunnel between those two.
Like Rafael Martin coming in to pitch for the Nats. Young, obviously still the hitter. The count will be 1-0.
All right, let's see it again. So Jose Lobaton setting up down and in. Fastball from A.J. Cole. Right around the upper portion of the back if it got him. A.J. can't even argue that one. He knew what he was doing. Tried. And watch Jason Worth. First guy out.
And Oliver Perez was right there with him. Then after it all moved over to the third base line, here came the bullpens.
That's a lot of baseball players with the rosters expanded. Jordan Baker, the biggest ump in the big leagues too. At 6'7".
So Martin given all the time he needs. You might remember he was warming up in the first inning when A.J. Cole couldn't find the plate. So keep your eye on Sean Rodriguez. There he is trying to get at somebody.
trying to get at Jason Worth. That's where that whole thing started.
And 3 teammates restraining him. Third base umpire, the crew chief Mike Everett, has a couple of guys around chatting with him. Anthony Rendon. Like Danny Espinosa over there, maybe the Pirates' third base coach, Rick Sofield. So here we go. Rafael Martin for the Nats. First appearance of this series. 5th ball game since his recall.
If you're Gung, are you thinking they're going to do it again? There's 14 guys in that bullpen.
Low and away, ball 2. Three and 1. This is Martin's batter since Cole left with a 1-0 count. So his line's complete. 3 runs on 1 hit in 2 2/3. Martin facing the Pirates for the first time. And that one right off the end of the barrel. Swing and a miss. And if you forgot, that's the 3rd out of the inning. Took a while. A.J. Cole going after Gung. He's ejected. And it's 4-3. Of Nationals baseball is brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid, all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com today. So the Pirates have made a double switch, and I think it's because Sean Rodriguez has been ejected. They will have a new pitcher. There's Matt Joyce to play left field. probably a straight up switch since Rodriguez would have been the leadoff guy at the bottom of this inning. And the new pitcher will be Wade LeBlanc, the left-hander. Jason Worth still hanging around, so the only Nat ejected, A.J. Cole, which happened immediately, and then Sean Rodriguez, who went a little crazy during that whole sequence.
Yeah, I'm thinking Sean Rodriguez, based on what I've seen and not knowing him, is the guy that you probably can't sit down and have a nice friendly conversation with to work something out. He goes from 0 to 100. I don't think I've ever seen a guy snap like he has the 2 times I've seen it.
Yeah. Wade LeBlanc, 32-year-old lefty from Louisiana. Pitch at Alabama. And Michael A. Taylor is the pinch hitter for Rafael Martin. Taylor facing LeBlanc for the first time. And this is Michael A's first at bat in this series. Pinch ran a couple of times in Miami. And from what I can tell, that's his first at bat on this entire road trip. One ball and 2 strikes. That's going to come around and get him looking. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
Yeah, LeBlanc, 2-seam fastball at 87. Cutter, and you just saw the curveball right there at 70, mid-70s. Change up to go with it.
Well, great day for Ben Revere so far. 2 singles, 2 steals, and a run. And that's in there. Revere 2 for 2 career against Wade LeBlanc. Oh-2, and that's low and away. Matt Latos will be the new Nats pitcher. And a swing and a miss by Revere. Couple of Ks for LeBlanc. 2 outs with Wilmer Defoe next.
All right, Saturday, October 1st, join us for Runner's Day at the ballpark. Nats sprint toward the postseason. With a special ticket, you receive a Nats LED shoe safety light, plus a pregame Budweiser or Bud Light. Visit nationals.com/run.
The brotherhood of baseball.
They're not fighting.
Defoe 0 for 1, walk, steal, and himself a run scored in that 3-run first. Quite a changeup, really slowed down Wilmer's bat. Doubles up on it and strikes out the side. Matt Latos for the Nats. When we come back, it's 4-3 Washington. Brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. By visitannapolis.org. Create your moment at visitannapolis.org. And by Airlines for America, where airplanes land, opportunity takes off. It's a great walk behind the right field wall along the Monongahela here. So many beautiful vistas, both sides of the rivers here in the Berg. Matt Latos, 28-year-old right-hander. This will be his 5th Washington appearance. 1 start, 8 innings, 8 hits, 8 strikeouts.
Opponents at 269 against Matt. Right-handers 310. Lefties, look at that, just 232.
Matt Joyce in for the ejected Rodriguez. Mercer and Florimon in the bottom of the 4th inning. Matt Joyce facing Matt Latos. First time. Pretty good heater, low in the zone. 1-1. Then he goes off speed at 74. Strike 2.
From the time I woke up this morning, this may be the weirdest day I can remember in a long, long time.
Very rough morning for everybody in baseball upon hearing the news about Jose Fernandez. You just can't comprehend that he's gone. So brilliant against the Nats 5 days ago.
You know what happened to Carpenter in Miami, and they have a barber there. His nickname's Juice, and he does all the players' hair. He's the best barber in the big leagues. And we've all been running through there for years when we play the Marlins. And Jose came in that day, and he was hugging guys, giving them kisses on the cheek, and just all of the Marlins players in there. And it hit me that day, because, you know, sometimes his stuff rubbed people the wrong way on the mound on the other team. It hit me that this guy's really genuine. It's the first time I really saw the other side of Jose Fernandez, you know, with his teammates in the barbershop there at Marlins Park. And I said, this guy's legit. He's for real. That's not an act on the mound. This is what he's about. He's a loving, caring, positive, fun person. You don't see too many players interact with their teammates like I saw him do that day. So I felt fortunate enough to see that. And that's my lasting memory of him. It wasn't the 12 strikeout game. It was how he interacted with his teammates.
We didn't mention this earlier, but the Marlins game today canceled against the Braves. Miami will be in our ballpark next weekend to end the season. The hitter is Jordy Mercer, who's 2 for 11 career against Matt Latos. Quick move, but a slow throw over to first. Counts even, 1-1. 2-1 pitch. Right side out of play. And this ball heading out of play. Dan, you had a lot of thoughts, and you and Ray shared many of those along with the players during our pregame today on Jose Fernandez.
Yeah, Bob, talking to some of the players about Fernandez, Daniel Murphy said he got to know him a bit from the All-Star game. Said that the same joy that he showed on the field, he was like that one-on-one in interactions that he had with them. And Matt Latos spent half of last season with Jose on the Marlins. Said that he brought a ton of energy to the clubhouse. Even on days he wasn't pitching, he was doing all that he could for the team. He just wanted to have fun, wanted to play baseball, wanted to fish. A very fun-loving guy and a great guy to be around.
And then we saw the emotion of Gio Gonzalez during the moment of silence and the anthem that followed. And we got some friends sitting down by the dugout. Right after that, Gio tossed a baseball to a little guy named Brady, and everybody around that little guy who got the souvenir saw that Gio had tears in his eyes. I mean, he was really, really emotional.
Chris Heisey got him through the national anthem.
He did. Runner moving. Base hit right behind him. Joyce to third on a perfectly placed Jordy Mercer. Base hit. First and third, nobody out here in the fourth. Pedro Florimon pop up to Espinosa. First time up. Tying run, third base, nobody out.
Obviously pitching for the strikeout here. Florimon can fly, so the double play, you have to hit hard right at somebody. Leto's trying to keep this a 4-3 game.
He got jammed. Espinosa, and then turning it, Defoe, not in time. Scoring from third, Joyce, tie game.
Yeah, just a little cue shot to Danny. It didn't have enough speed on it to turn the double play, especially, like I said, with Florimon's speed.
Number 8 hitter Eric Fryer, one of their 3 catchers. Latos right over the top, low. Snap throw to first, and Clint Robinson had to reach over to the backhand side to grab the throw. David Freese to hit for LeBlanc in a moment. Unless the Nats turn 2. Runner going, swinging a foul.
Hit and run. You don't see the hit and run very often anymore, you know? I think players will tell you nowadays they don't like to give up at bats to hit a ground ball into an out. And that's probably the negative way of looking at it. The positive way of looking at it is, hey, you know you're swinging. There's no thought process as, am I swinging or not? And if you get a pitch to handle, you can drive it into a gap and actually score somebody. So it's used so infrequently, I think players are in shock when they finally see it. Maybe even don't see the sign because they're not thinking about it.
Fryer hitting 180 for the Pirates in 32 games now, 253 overall. Started his season as Yadier Molina's backup in St. Louis. 12 RBIs total on the year. Runner going again, swing and a miss. Lobatone's throw skips in. Great pick by Wilmer Defoe. And if that stands, Jose Lobatone is 6 for 20 throwing out runners this year.
Well, was he caught? Was he not? He's in the shadows, so he started off pretty camouflaged with those pants. Did he tag him on the hip? I think he did. Throw beat him by a mile, but that doesn't matter anymore. Look at the cutter from Jose Lobatone. You see that?
2 outs now, bases empty. So Lobatone, 30% efficiency throwing guys out. Matt Grace up for the Nats. Left center. And Goodwin can't cut it off. That could turn this into a triple for one of their backup catchers. And he's into third base, standing up with 2 outs.
But Brian Goodwin thought he had a beat on this ball, so he takes a real flat route. What's a flat route? He didn't give with it. He just went straight across towards center field. If he gives with it, he plays it on a hop. But you see right there, he's thinking about, I got a chance to catch it. But when you take that flat route and you're thinking catch, there comes a point when you have to figure you're not going to get it. You usually give a little bit and play it on a hop. Not a huge mistake with 2 outs. Maybe nobody or 1 out. Hurt a little worse.
There's David Freese, who has 5 for 21 career against Matt Latos. 3 RBIs, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Freese in the series, 2 for 4 with a base on balls. Started first base Friday night.
Oh, man down.
A tough fielding weekend here. Gentleman went into the aisle to grab a bouncing ball and took a while to get back up.
I want to go down there and thank him for making me laugh today. I didn't think it was possible.
Hop fly. It's too deep for Clint Robinson to get over there and have a chance. Pop fly, right center, and the Pirates have the lead. David Freese, 53rd RBI. It's a 2-run inning. 5-4 Pittsburgh.
Bat Die's a hero. Fastball in. Splinters everywhere. David Freese getting his hands in the right slot. Muscling this one over Wilmer's head.
So we noted that Matt Grace was throwing. Matt Latos will last just 2/3 of an inning. He'll walk a man, give up 3 hits. Lobaton got a runner trying to steal. And now the Pirates building an inning. T-Mobile. So the postseason picture right now, of course, the Nats are going to battle the Dodgers, but the big question is, where does this series start? LA a game and a half behind Washington right now. The Giants or Mets are tied in the wild card. St. Louis a half game back. The Rangers control their destiny in the American League, at least for now. But the Red Sox are coming on so strong. They've won 10 in a row. O's and Blue Jays, at least for now, with the Tigers close, battling it out for the wild card.
I got Austin Peay coming out of that bracket.
You know, Dick Vitale once said one year that if Austin Peay won their first tournament game, he'd stand on his head, and they did. I'm thinking they beat Illinois. I'm not sure about that, but so is this October Madness?
It is.
So here's Matt Grace, 5th appearance for the Nats. 27-year-old lefty. Pirates have never seen him in person. John Jaso in a lefty-lefty matchup here.
2 pitches, fastball, slider. Fastball averages 89, slider 81.
Then there's Matt Belisle, switch hitting Josh Bell on deck. So Belisle probably for McCutchen. But he is still 2 hitters away. And Grace gets the outside edge. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Vin Scully calling his final game at Dodger Stadium today.
Isn't that something? Fantastic ceremony for him Friday night.
If you started working for the Dodgers today, you would have to go to September 26, 2083 to match what Vin Scully did.
That's a little crazy. You know, he got a pretty good job out of college. Warning, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach halftime here in Pittsburgh. Pirates 5, Nats 4. Trevor Williams will take over. For the Bucks. Right-hander making his 5th appearance. He has started a game. So just about 11 innings, 14 hits so far, 8 strikeouts. Trevor Williams. And then the Pirates will have a double switch as David Freese will stay in the game. He will replace John Jaso, who just batted. So the Pirates have their pitcher batting first, and Freese, who just hit and got that RBI single, is the number 9 man. Williams, 24 years of age, out of the San Diego area. And for the Nats, it'll be Chris Heisey's first at bat after replacing Bryce Harper. Anthony Rendon, Clint Robinson to follow. Heisey at 218, 9 homers, 16 RBIs. 7 pinch hits. And 3 of those homers solos as a pinch hitter. And Bryce Harper was 7 for his last 16 when he got hurt going into the bag. And there's Anthony Rendon, who's 2 for 2 next. Three balls, 1 strike. Way inside. Heisey on, the leadoff man, tying run aboard. Top of the 5th.
Time for some key in the driver's seat. Let's check out the day of Anthony Rendon. Had a decent series, got a knock last night. Then how about today? Double first time up, shopping at the gap. That would score Wilmer. And the next time up, he beats out an infield single. Pretty good play by Jordy Mercer. That would score Bryce Harper, and after he tripled. So Anthony Rendon going for knock number 3 right here, right now.
81 runs batted in. Two away from his career high in the playoff season of 14. He also had 21 home runs that year. 39 doubles. He's at 38 now. And this one off to the other side.
He's trying for home run number 19. So if he homers twice and gets to 20, the Nats will have 6 20-plus home run hitters. The 1965 Brewers did it, or the Braves, excuse me. The Milwaukee Braves, that's why I said Brewers. And the 2003 Atlanta Braves did it. But that's hard on a National League team, right? Because you only have 8 hitters.
Yeah. It's
6 of your 8 hitters are 20-plus. Are you kidding me? That might be the most impressive record the Nats have had in a long time if Anthony Rendon could hit a few more. Look at this. No pressure, Anthony.
0-2, swing and a miss. 1 out, 5th inning.
You know what's impressive about that? It's not the Rockies or the Reds either. That's where you'd think that record would be in jeopardy in those 2 ballparks when you play 81 games there.
Sure.
Rick Shuden done a heck of a job. He coaches homers. That's what he does. Hey, go up and hit a homer. All right.
Clint Robinson 1 for 2 today. So in his last 27 starts, including today, Clint hitting just under 280.
It's the first time he's ever done the champagne thing in the big leagues last night, too. I was talking to him in his locker. He said he did it a couple times in the minor leagues. But last night was his first experience with the goggles and the champagne. And it's always better in the big leagues. Everything else is, too. But it's better because the stakes are higher, but you have unlimited supply. It's like hard to run out of champagne and beer in there when you're celebrating. They have enough for 6 teams. In the minor leagues, you know, you get about 10 bottles of champagne. And
so you have a great 10 minutes.
Some Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Could have called out for some Iron City.
Yeah.
Big shift on for Robinson. 2-1 pitch. Left field idea on that swing.
You know, it was a day game today, so we didn't see Wally in the clubhouse. But you remember in the past, we've asked him how many bottles and cans they went through. Maybe if he's listening, he can give me a text. I'll shoot him a text and see what the damage was last night.
2-2 with 1 out. Robinson will take that heartbreaking ball down and in. On the move is the runner. Ball 4. Izzy to second, Robinson to first with Danny Espinosa next. So speaking of home runs and the possibilities thereof, $250 to the Children's National Health System every time an ad hits one. It's from our friends at Lexus, the pursuit of perfection with Lexus home runs for children. Danny has 23 of his own.
$18 out of the 8 slot. You know how hard that is? I don't know if people realize when you have a pitcher hitting behind you, they don't have to throw you anything to hit. And hit 18 home runs hitting 8th. Pretty impressive.
Well, I think it's almost impossible to do, and Danny's done it this year.
I mean, if you'd hit 7th, you'd have probably had 100.
Up and away, 2-0.
No, but all seriousness, that's not easy. It's just a hard place. He's not hitting there today, obviously, but 5 home runs, I think, out of the 8 slot this year, and I think we need a trip to the mound. What do you think?
Works for me. Research has been there several times today. Ball game started at 1:37 Eastern. Right now we're at 3:45, and it's the top of the 5th inning.
That thing was alive when we started. Look at the wig right there. What do we got? Pan left. What do we got right there? Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a movie.
Are those real pirates?
Renegades of the Rotunda?
Pirates that are fans that dress like pirates. They don't have many friends, except for the Pirates' friends. I don't think they're real pirates.
(2-0) with 1 out.
Because if they were, they'd be hopping from boat to boat out there stealing stuff, not just standing in the walkway with a flag. they'd be swinging from ropes from that bridge out there, jumping on boats and stealing stuff, right?
Yeah, they're content to have a brew and watch the game.
The skeleton parrot is strong, though.
Espinosa takes a 3-0 pitch in there.
Yeah, that's a good parrot. He forgot to feed the parrot, sir. Did anybody remember to feed the bird? Apparently not.
Three and one. Espinosa, loud sound and a high fly ball to center. Runners back to tag, both of them. Heisey going to third. Robinson stays on a strong, accurate throw by McCutchen. 2 outs.
Just missed it.
Brian Goodwin, couple of strikeouts, looking in the first, swinging in the third. By 4 Pirates. Heisey down the line at third. Robinson short lead at first. And this ball down the right field line. That is going to fall in to tie the game. Heading for third is Robinson. And Brian Goodwin, on his 10th hit and 33 at bats, has his 3rd RBI to tie this thing.
We talk about perfectly placed. Josh Bell was kind of shading him to right center, and I think he broke his bat, sounded like it. And the ball falls gently. Yeah, I can hear it hit the ground down the right field line for an RBI. So good at bat by Brian Goodwin, and I think it's time for a pitching change.
Why not? A week left in the regular season and September baseball. It's 5-5. Take the lead. Roboto next. So it's 2017 for you Nats Plus members or would-be members who'd like to join us next year every day at the ballpark. Right now you can join, and it's the only way to guarantee access. You can still do it to the postseason this year and guarantee access to the 2018 All-Star Game. Exclusive experiences, rewards, and access that membership provides. 202-675-NATS or go to nationals.com/NATS Plus and join today. Now that's a good job on some very professional looking championship banners. They were ready, weren't they?
They were.
There's Jared Hughes. Third of an inning here on Friday night. Gave up a hit to Trey Turner. He faces Jose Lobaton here, and that was heading way up and away.
A fastball slider change from Hughes, fastball 93. They were either ready with that sign or that's a leftover one from 12 or 14.
Either way,
yeah,
well executed. 1-0 pitch. Lobaton the other way.
And the fact that you could even use a leftover sign is a good thing in my mind. That means you've won a few.
Trey Turner. For Matt Grace next. 2 outs, 5th inning. Lobaton to left and right at Matt Joyce. I don't know how he stays so sharp, centering the ball when he gets a start, but he's been swinging the bat great lately. Unlucky, the Nats do tie it. Oh, Jose.
Earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. In case you missed it, lots of drama here at the Yard today. Bryce Harper leads off the third with a triple, and you saw Gung with a fake tag right there. Dusty Baker would walk by the Pirates dugout, scream at Clint Hurdle. A.J. Cole with 2 outs, throws one behind Gung, and then all heck broke loose. Sean Rodriguez lost his mind, which we've seen before. And then both bullpens felt the need to run all the way down here. They should have just got after it in left center field themselves. But I liked the message A.J. Cole sent there.
Yeah.
Earned a lot of bonus points with his teammates. Would have earned more if he hit him. Jason Worth and Francisco Cervelli going at it right there, chirping at each other. It's the guys you thought would kind of stand up for their team did.
So Matt Gray stays in to face at least one more hitter. This is the rookie switch hitter, Josh Bell, who from the right side of the plate is hitting just .214. So this is the side you want him. Shadows creeping in from the first base side. The light towers already infringing on the infield, and the grandstand soon to arrive. Right side, Clint Robinson can do this one unassisted. We'll see if that's it for Grace. It is. Dusty's going out to do a double switch. So Matt Grace in 2 separate innings retires both of his batters. The last Nat to bat was Lobaton. Goodwin before him, and Matt Belisle will get the call with McCutchen and Gung straight ahead. Inside the numbers, Mike Maddox and some of the guys singing his praises in the clubhouse after the game last night. Starters 3.52, only the Cubs are better. Bullpen 3.23, only the Dodgers are better. The Nats, and that's in all of baseball, the Nats have never finished in the top echelon in both of those categories.
Do you think he'd like a piece of the Rangers in a World Series matchup?
Now that is intriguing.
A nice reunion with Ian Desmond.
Matt Belisle has not pitched in the better part of 2 weeks. Trey Turner will lead off the top of the sixth. He's the center fielder now, and Ben Revere over to left. So Brian Goodwin out of the ball game, and he was 1 for 3 with that RBI double. Youngsters continue to represent themselves well. Goodwin and Defoe late in the season. McCutchen against Belisle. That's a fair ball. Going to hit off the short part of the corner out there. And Andrew McCutchen on for the second time today. It's a double, his 4th hit of the series.
Well, the Andrew McCutchen we've seen in this series is the one we remember.
Yeah.
He's hitting the ball hard, it seems like, pretty much every time up. The bat speed's back. He looks like his lower half is a lot better. He's running much better. Probably talking about what sign they're using with the runner on second right now.
Matt Belisle, a lot of appearances first half of the season, now 39 with today. Jung-Ho Gung, RBI hit. Struck out. Second time after that pitch behind him. A weak pop up to the right side for Clint Robinson. 2 outs. Into the 4 o'clock hour here. It's our last road game of the regular season. Kind of odd packing this morning with that in mind. The Nats on the road this year, 44-35. 3-5 trip. Actually 44-36. With a 1 to go. There's Matt Joyce. 0 for 1 career against Belisle. First man Matt Latos faced in the 4th, walked and came around to score after the Mercer hit on the ground ball by Pedro Florimon. He's going to lay down a bunt. Put it in your pocket, Anthony. He threw it anyway. And the runner's at first and third with 2 outs.
In a tie ball game in the bottom of the 5th with a runner on second, 2 outs, you're trying to drive them in. You want it to be a 6-5 game. I mean, in my mind, and I could be way off, that's just about getting a hit. If you want your ball club to win a game, you're swinging right there 10 times out of 10. First, I mean, runner on second, 1 out, and maybe a good hitter behind you, you lay it down, it's first and third, 1 out. I can buy that, but a runner on second, 2 outs, there's no percentage in that play. That's just about Jordy Mercer getting a hit. Joyce, excuse me.
First and third, 2 down. Here's Jordy Mercer, base hit right field last time up. Heater in there. Mercer 1 for 6 career against Belisle.
I mean, I did that once in A-ball, and Felipe Alou was my manager, and he chewed me out for 2 innings. He said, you drive the run in on second base every single time with 2 outs. You don't bunt. Swing it, especially in a 5-5 game.
Right field. Well hit. Here's Heisey right there. A 0 on the board for Grace and Belisle. And we are getting into the 6th inning right now.
Game summary brought to you by Cox's new Contour. Get right to the good stuff. There's been a lot of stuff in this game. I don't know how much of it has been good, but it's been interesting to say the least. 5-5 as we move to the top of the 6th inning, and we hope that Bryce Harper's okay.
31-year-old Antonio Pistardo. And he'll face Trey Turner here. Pistardo came into the 6th inning. On Friday night, it was a rough ride. Gave up a couple of hits, 2 runs.
You see the fastball right there. Has the alarm side run at 92, slider 83, occasional changeup at 85.
Trey Turner in this series, 2 for 11. The shadow coming right down the first base line. Angling out toward the scoreboard.
You ideally want to score before that shadow keeps moving, because it's going to be tough to hit in about 10-15 minutes. Guys were complaining in batting practice the other day around 5:15 that they couldn't see a thing.
Turner way out ahead. And a high fly ball out of play. Nationals box score. Bryce a triple, an RBI grounder in 2 trips. Michael A. Taylor pinch hit back in the 3rd. He was the first 4th inning. He was the first non-pitcher to bat in the number 9 spot. That's where Trey Turner is right now. And the Pirates strike him out. Mercedes-Benz will track it. Ben Revere, good day. He's now the left fielder, 2 for 2. Stole 2 bases on the same trip around the bags in the 1st and then scored. 3 for 5 career against Pistardo with a home run. 3 batted in. Counts even, 1-1. Evidently, the Phillies really made the Mets mad last night. It's 11-0 New York, 8th inning. They're in a tie with the Giants in the wild card. St. Louis a half game behind. They played the Sunday night game at Wrigley Field.
By my count, they've outscored the Phillies 19-0.
Yeah.
In the last however many innings.
Ever since Terry Collins pulled out the starters, they've been unbelievable.
I mean, that would have been the greatest managerial move ever last night if that worked. You're down 10-0. Your starters are beat. Get them out of the game. Put in some minor league guys, some extra guys, some call-ups, and win the game.
Reminiscent of Jordan Zimmerman's no-hitter with the other guys surrounding him except for the catcher. He and Ramos, the only 2 guys in the game all day. In that memorable season finale a couple of years ago. Two with 1 out. Revere with a great swing the other way. Just foul.
Yeah, Revere's looked good up there today, especially for not playing very much. I still can't figure out his mannerisms. I mean, there's times when he swings and he looks like he's hurt. Like right there running back, he looked like he felt something. I don't know if that's just kind of how he is. But this late in the season, you usually have guys pegged.
Staying alive. Another great swing. He's pulled 2 solid singles to right field today. Infield hit went the other way. And Ben Revere is 3 for 4.
Well, I mean, if he gets hot this last week, he could be a guy that could help this ball club in October. Lock in. Dusty Baker's been waiting for him all season. He's seen some improvements in his swing lately, and now 3 hits today. Nice day for Ben Revere. Gives you options as a manager to start moving guys around a little bit.
Evidently, he likes to keep that front shoulder in against Bastardo. 4 for 6 against the lefty now. And here's Defoe. A couple of strikeouts, a walk, a steal, a run scored. Wilmer will bat right-handed here. Not many at-bats right-handed this season, but 3 for 10 with an RBI. Good rip.
Any other teams in baseball have 3 guys hitting back to back to back this fast? Turner, Revere, and Defoe.
Revere, kind of a medium lead. Left-hander looking right at him. What's the key to reading a left-handed pitcher when you're on base?
Well, it depends who the left-handed pitcher is and what his keys are. Some guys are book head. What does that mean? Well, he'll look home, throw to first, look to first, throw home. So if he gets into a pattern like that, you just call it going right in his face. He's a guy that'll look at you and go home. Some guys, it's their front shoulder. Some guys, it's their leg. Some guys lean back when they come to first. Some guys lean forward when they come to first. So it's different things for different pitchers. And Davey Lopes looks at video. Players look at video. And just like pitchers tipping pitches, you try to pick up keys with left-handers. So for instance, Davey will walk up to him and say, hey, this is a guy that looks at you and goes home. So you have to steal right when he's looking you in the eye. Little things like that.
2-2. Check swing. And grabbed by Bastardo, who throws out the speedy Defoe. 2 down, Revere to second, and Chris Izey is next.
Pitchers are creatures of habit. They get into a routine like all of us do. So, maybe a pitcher's a one-look guy, and as soon as he swings his head to the plate, he goes home, and that's when you leave. He's looking at you, swings his head to home, you take off. It's just different for every lefty. Good base stealers keep books on pitchers, a little notebook that says the keys to whoever it is, their times to the plate, and what the tips are that you can pick up to get your maximum jump.
Five ball game, top of the 6th, shadows creeping. Chris Izey trying to put the Nats on top. He walked and scored, leading off the 5th inning when Goodwin dropped that double down the right field line.
2 outs, 2 strikes. Ben Rivera will get a good jump.
On the 1-2 count. A step off.
2 outs, 2 strikes on a hitter. You should not even worry about the runner at all. Your focus should be 100% on the hitter and getting strike 3 or an out.
Two and two. Fastball up high as he couldn't get to it. Castardo strikes out 2. The Nats have left 7 in a 5-5 game.
As Bob and FP have been mentioning, now with the division title locked up, Dusty Baker will go about trying to finalize over these next handful of days how he wants the back end of his playoff roster to look going into the NLDS when it comes to the bench and the bullpen spots. And Dusty mentioned the other day that one guy that he's going to continue to evaluate is Brian Goodwin, who had an RBI double here tonight. Dusty's saying that it's not only about the big hits, although Goodwin has gotten a couple of those. He said it's about putting together quality at-bats, and that's something that he wants his guys to do on a consistent basis. He said if you can battle, if you can work counts, if you can put up good at-bats, that's going to work in your favor. So this will be something to watch over these last handful of days, guys, to see who gets the starts, who gets the PT, and who gets the good at-bats. 9
pitches, 6 strikes. Thank you, Dan, for Matt Belisle to get a couple of outs in the 5th, and over 2 million vehicles sold and counting at Coons.com. Dan with our report. Pedro Florimon, Eric Fryer, and then David Freese here, bottom of the 6th. Pirates box score. 3 walks in the first. Jaso, Bell, and McCutchen will lead it off. And the Pirates got 3 runs when Gung drove one in with a base hit. Sac fly by Rodriguez, and then Andrew McCutchen basically stole home after a pop-up when Jose Lobaton threw to second base. 2 more in the 4th. Swing and a miss. So they've kind of spread out their offense today. Nissan will track that one.
Little slider 87 by Matt Belisle, right underneath the hands. Good pitch. Tell you what, Matt Belisle's had a nice season for Dusty Baker's ball club. You remember he was a guy you didn't know if he was going to make the team in spring training. Non-roster guy that had to fight to get on, I believe.
Yeah. Right side. Defoe to Robinson. 2 outs. And next up is David Freese. Well, I know you and I have had this discussion before the season. ERA doesn't always tell the story for a reliever, but when it's 188, it's getting it done.
When I say that ERA doesn't tell the story for a reliever, it's because it's high.
1 bad outing.
And I'm trying to be a nice guy.
Yeah, months to recover, huh?
But when it's low, it tells the entire story. How about that?
Got it.
But it's true. 1 bad outing can screw you up for a whole season. And say you go out there and give up a 5 spot without getting an out. 6 spot real quick. A couple of base hits, a home run, boom, boom, boom. And now you have to fight all season, a half an inning at a time, a third of an inning at a time, an inning at a time to get it down. It's hard to do.
Freeze, a high fly ball foul. Put the Pirates on top 5-4 with a blue pit, pinch hitting back in the 4th. Staying in now to play first. Ball skipping way in front of Jose Lobaton.
Jolly Rogers on deck.
They raise him up every time they win a game. It's Jason Rogers, who has walked in his only plate appearance this series. Belisle trying to bury one down and in. On David Freese, their pitcher spot is next. Juan Nicasio. Rendon, Robinson, Espinoza due up in the 7th. And Belisle misses inside again.
Great cruises, great memories. I'm thinking on that boat for some reason.
Freese reaching for that one. Danny Espinoza has it. Guns him out. 1, 2, 3, 6th inning. Matt Belisle, and he gets the Nats 5 key outs.
First 25,000 fans enter the ballpark. You get a Ben Revere Garden Gnome. It's presented by Delta Airlines. Catch the Nats D-backs, 7:05 start, and you get this year's gnome. There it is. Visit nationals.com/tickets. That gnome's got 3 hits today.
Yeah. 5-9-0 Nats, 5-6-1 Pirates. This one into the top of the 7th. Freight Railworks due up for the Nats in September. Anthony Rendon collecting lots of RBIs. Clint Robinson still getting it done as a starter. And then Danny Espinosa. It gets late, he gets tough. There's Juan Nicasio.
You see the arsenal. Fastball, slider change. Fastball averages 94, slider 86, change 86. Opponent's hitting 254 off the Pirates right-hander, and Anthony Rendon trying to get something going right here in the 7th.
Anthony 2 for 3, 2 RBIs. Nicasio, 9th inning on Friday. Gave up a couple of hits to Worth and Harper, but the Nats couldn't push a run across. He struck out Anthony Rendon. That was the first time they'd faced each other. And that's got to be tough with the ball going dark on you right as it leaves the front of the mound.
In situations like this as a hitter, it's all you can do is just really concentrate on the release point. Like find focus on that ball coming out of the pitcher's hand. It still doesn't help a lot, but I mean, that's really the only thing you have.
Rendon does it. Ball falling and running it down. Matt Joyce to left center, just in the air too long to get down. Robinson next. Clint, a typical day when he starts. A base hit, a walk. He's on 2 of 3 times.
Got a ball on the field from maybe the bullpen. All right, give it to the little man. I love it. Well, this is where if you're Clint Robinson, you get right on the dish, dare him to come in and try to use that short porch here at PNC and right. Turn and burn. Got a hit under your belt. You've been on base twice. Why not? Exactly why Nicasio threw that pitch right there, so he couldn't do that.
Oh, 2 to Clint Robinson with 1 out. Jammed. Cue shot left side. Waiting for it, Mercer. 2 down. There's Danny Espinosa, 0 for 3 today. And he looks at the 95 outside.
Well, with the Redskins game just ended, if you're just joining us, Bryce Harper did something to his thumb, sliding into third on a fake tag by Gung. And we're hoping Bryce is okay. That's all that's really been on my mind since that's happened.
Yeah, no fisticuffs, but a definite brush up between the two teams back in the third when A.J. Cole then threw a first pitch fastball right behind Gung, who had forced Bryce to slide with that phantom tag.
And for those of you that maybe don't know, say a guy steals second, the throw gets into center field. You can put your glove on a guy's back and act like you have the ball, but never, ever, ever fake a tag, a phantom tag, because you get somebody hurt. And that's exactly what happened to Bryce. He slid awkwardly into third base, kind of caught his thumb on the base, on his left hand, I believe. But I mean, that's not like showing somebody up on a home run. That's not like sliding too hard into second, run over a catcher. That's just something you don't do ever. And I think if you ask the guy you're looking at right now, he probably realizes the mistake he made and wish he didn't do it. He went over to Bryce after and tried to apologize, but Bryce wasn't having any of it.
Two-two pitch. And 1-2-3 for Nicasio in the top of the seventh inning. 5-5 ball game. A ways to go still. To retransmit it in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals. You talk about a full afternoon of baseball. 5-9-0 Nats, 5-6-1 Pirates. We go to the bottom of the seventh inning, and the Nats a little deeper into their bullpen.
It's time for some Hair Cuttery Sunday Smiles. They're brought to you by Hair Cuttery, home of the Smile Back Guarantee. No small print, just big smiles and lots of champagne. And Dusty Baker losing his mind in the clubhouse last night. What a tremendous scene for the Nats skipper and a good friend of mine. I couldn't have been more happy for Dusty Baker last night. I am so glad he got back into baseball because he is good for not just only this organization, but for the game as a whole.
Max Scherzer last night.
Yes.
Victory cigar. It's our buddy Ali Madami right there, who pitches such great left-handed BP for the Nats.
I told you he was going to go berserk. Max Scherzer was having fun in the middle of the clubhouse. There's Mike Rizzo, the Godfather. This is like the end of The Hangover. Remember that movie where they showed the pictures at the end? That's Daniel Murphy right there, and maybe Jose Lobaton pouring champagne on him. Just be careful with these pictures if it's like The Hangover. And there's Matson Dan and Ryan Zimmerman. What a great shot. Fantastic, you guys. Nicely done.
Sean Burnett for the Nationals. It'll be his 8th appearance. 4 innings, 4 hits, a couple of strikeouts. Clean ledger so far. And switch hitting Alan Hansen will be the leadoff man, batting for Nicasio. Line drive, Clint Robinson right there.
Must have been weird for Sean Burnett last night, right? He was here in 12. You remember that crazy bullpen he was a part of? That celebration was nuts. That's the only one that's been at home, so that had a different feel to it. It was the first time. It was organic. All the fans getting into it. The players interacting with fans. And then here he is again 4 years later doing the same thing with the same club. Must have been a special night for Sean.
Yeah.
Maybe a little weird, too.
Sean this year had a chance as a free agent to go to Minnesota and get an almost immediate call-up. And he and Jessica talked it over, and they really wanted a chance to be back in D.C. They knew it probably wouldn't happen until September. Then it did. And good for them. Good for Sean. What a great comeback story. 2-0 pitch with 1 out. And a foul.
I'm sorry, did you say something I couldn't hear over the organ?
Dun, dun. I got to talk to the people here in Pittsburgh. I mean, their broadcasters have these speakers right over the top of it, too.
You talk to them. You tell them I'm
gonna
Bob
sort some
Carpenter.
people out here.
No, you tell them I'm Bob Stinkin' Carpenter and get these speakers out of my face. Say it like that.
I'm going to tell them, you straighten this out or we will see you later.
Throw your weight around.
That's a swing, 2-2. No, I'll tell them I'm Bobby Carpenter, the hockey player, and that will mean something around here.
And I think you should scream it at the top of your lungs like you can't hear anymore. I think it'll have better effect that way. Project.
That's 3-2 to Josh Bell.
Huh?
That is close, and it's a 1-out walk with McCutchen next in a tie game. More on Sean Burnett. How about it, Dan?
Bob, with as well as Sean has been pitching, I asked him recently if he's given thought to being on the postseason roster, if that's something he thinks about. He said, yeah, I've thought about it, sure, but it's not something I really spend much time considering or worrying about. He said, I'd love to pitch in the playoffs. Sure, everyone would, but given the way this year has gone for him, he says he's just appreciative of the opportunity that he's getting with the Nationals. He's loving being here. He thought he might never get this opportunity again to be back up in the big leagues. He says if it results in a spot on the playoff roster, great. If not, no worries. So Burnett will exit now. Dusty Baker going back to his bullpen yet again here in the 7th.
A major part of the scenery here. Coda Glover will take over for the Nats with McCutchen coming up. 1 on, 1 out.
So two-seam fastball, sliders, which you mainly see from Glover. He's got a curveball and change too, but it's really, you know, the 95 to 98 fastball with some run to it, and the slider that we've seen mostly.
Kind of notice that when new pitchers come into the ballgame, Jordan Baker, the home plate umpires, had a word for them. Brief visit with Glover on the heels of what happened 4 innings ago. Glover's 6th inning on Friday night. And he gave up a couple of hits and exited. And that's in there to McCutchen, 2-1. Boy, the Mets really got mad. 17-0. Just went final.
Whoa. 17-0. What's that, the New York Jets? Not the Mets?
This one high in the air, right field. Long way to go for Heisey, but Chris will get there. 2 outs and a very important guy to retire for the Nats, with Jung Ho Gung coming up. Two and 0. Target in. And that ball is long, long gone. He's hit 20 this year, and I can't imagine any one of them went further than that.
Well, 3-0 green light, and he got all of it. Watch the big leg kick by Gung. The extension and the homer. And he knew it as soon as he hit it. I think we all did. That was loud. Upper deck to make it a 7-5 ball game.
Here's Matt Joyce, a walk, a run, and a bunt single since coming in. 2-0. One of those runs charged to Sean Burnett after the walk to Josh Bell. Fastball right in there.
You see what Ben Revere did after that home run? It ricocheted back to him, and he tried to sell the call. Ben, this was in the upper deck.
All right.
Had to be joking, right?
Yeah. I don't know. He's in the sun field. Maybe he didn't notice.
He's talking to himself right now again. As long as he doesn't answer himself, we're good.
How to play left side.
I mean, you can talk to yourself all you want, but just don't start answering yourself.
That's in there. Stephen Drew will lead off in the top of the 8th. Just came into play short, and now the Nats are down by 2. Brought to you by Dominion. Depend on us for more than energy. And by Night Point Systems, they offer the technology you need when you need it. That was the Allegheny over on the other side of the Golden Triangle. And here along the banks of the Monongahela, we're going to the bottom of the 8th. And again, Jordan Baker goes out and visits with a new pitcher. It's former Nat Felipe Rivero.
We know what Felipe has. Fastball, slider change, fastball mid-90s. Cleats on point today, by the way, for the Pirates left-hander. I like those. And we miss Felipe. He was a good guy every day. Whether he was having a tough go or whether he was dealing, he was the same guy. Always fun to be around.
So it's upstairs to Stephen Drew. So Matt Joyce is in right, and Adam Frazier comes into play left. So Jose Lobaton was scheduled to be next. Bullpen working. Jason Worth is on deck. Stephen Drew in the series, 3 for 8, a walk, 2 RBIs first 2 games. And he'll take another walk. He did a great job of spelling Daniel Murphy, who, by the way, was on the field this morning about 11:15 to 11:30, jogging a couple of laps around the ballpark with Harvey Sharman of the Nats training staff. So good to see Murph out there at least jogging. There he is in the background. And here comes Jason Worth for Jose Lobaton.
A tough assignment for Jason Worth. Felipe Rivero in the shadows. And a pinch hit roll, probably not feeling real great either. I just hope the Pirates don't do something silly right here.
And that fastball is in there.
I mean, really, when you think about it, it should be over. Gung did his thing, the Nats did their thing, that's it.
Sean Kelly with Trevor Gott. That's got a loud sound to it to deep center, and Jason Worth has gone deep to tie the game. A rocket straight away. 7-7. How about Jason Worth with 2 pinch hit home runs this year?
That ball was roasted. Standing O from the Nats fans, absolutely. Jason Worth's been fired up all day long, and now he takes his aggression out on the baseball and ties this one at 7. How about that?
Well, Gung did it, and now Worth does it.
Look at that glance. If looks could kill toward the Pirates dugout.
There's Trey Turner, 0 for 1 since coming in.
That had to feel amazing for Jason Worth.
That's a base hit for Turner. Here we go. Left-handed pitcher Rivero, and the speed of Turner aboard.
Well, here's the homer again, a Worthquake here in Pittsburgh. Straightaway center field, fastball center cut. And you're wondering if it was going to stay up long enough, but as soon as you saw Andrew McCutchen give up on it, you knew it was a homer. Watch McCutchen. Right about here, you're like, that's gone. Ball was killed.
Top of the order, Ben Revere's had a very good day. Really his first action of the entire series. He's gone 3 for 4. Nobody out. Lead run aboard. Upstairs. Rivera, scoreless 8th inning here on a couple of strikeouts on Friday. Greeted rudely here. And Rivera makes an offer to bunt. Tried to pull it back, and it's strike one.
Felipe's got such a big leg kick. If you're feeling in a gambling sort of mood and you're Dusty Baker, he could beat the relay from freeze to second base, even if he throws over to first. You know, just go first move and beat the throw from the first baseman to the shortstop. He's fast enough to do that. See how long it took him to get that throw over to first? Maybe you wait around for an out or two before you do it, or think about doing it. He has never been caught live on Masson.
How did Ben Revere bunt that? And they go to second and get Turner. Heads up play by Eric Fryer to get the lead runner.
I don't think Ben Revere saw that ball at all. And reading his lips what he just told Davey Lopes. He said, I can't see. So you're squaring around to bunt off at 97, and he just saw the ball at the last minute. An easy decision for Eric Fryer, even though Trey Turner could book. He got on that ball fast enough. Good strong throw. Now Ben Revere trying to get a read on Felipe Rivera.
Homer Defoe, the hitter. Former minor league teammates dueling here. A short time in the big leagues, about 11 at bats worth for Wilmer last September.
It's a good day at the office. 1 for 1 with a tater. 2-run job to tie the game in the 8th. Not that he needed any more street cred, Carp, but when you come out and you're the alpha dog in a brawl and you walk out of the dugout first and you're chirping and it almost happens, and then you get an at bat later and go deep to tie the game, that's street cred. That's leadership cred. Not that he needed any of that. It's called walking the talk.
Yeah. Invoking the infamous quote of a couple of years ago, had a chicken salad, got a massage, tied the game. He did the latter today. Defoe getting his rips in. When he came up last year, I remember Mark Shalaba telling me that he had surprising pop. Really opened a lot of eyes in the organization, and pound for pound is one of the strongest guys around. Two-two pitch with 1 out. Left side, that's a hit. The Nationals have 3 hits in the inning. First and second, 1 out. Next up, Chris Heisey.
Well, the double steal definitely in play right here with these guys on base. Rivera at second, Defoe at first. Nice at bat by Wilmer.
Well, they've done it once today.
If you like dark unis, tune in tomorrow too. The Diamondbacks Road Grays are something to behold.
Oh, I had forgotten about that.
So we got black pants here tomorrow and near black pants and jerseys maybe with the Diamondbacks coming to town. Just a little fashion update.
We're just going to bust down from Baltimore. Orioles beat them 2-1 this afternoon. Heisey, since coming in for Harper, 0 for 1 with a walk, a run scored after that base on balls, leading off the 5th. Nats have tied it thanks to Jason Worth and a chance to bust on top here in the top of the 8th.
Dusty Baker down there saying track it all the way, Highs. Means watch the ball right into the catcher's glove. Watch the ball right out of Felipe Rivero's hand in the shadows. That's probably what he's talking about. Track it all the way.
He does, and it's a base hit to center. Racing around third is Revere. The throw on line and late. Over to third is Defoe. And some exciting, speedy Nats with a veteran base hit teaming up to get the guys on top. It's 8-7.
Clutch, track it all the way, Highs. And he did. Got a fastball right down the middle, no location whatsoever. Ben Revere off with the crack of the bat. Great slide into home. Defoe to third. Do it, Chris Heisey.
Here's Rendon, still only one out, and a very big run at third. So the Nats roughing up their former teammate, and that's it for Felipe. He will not face the right-hander Rendon. Retired one batter on an attempted sacrifice bunt, and that was it. The Nats rack up 4 hits against him and have taken the lead 8-7. We've still got a lot of baseball left.
A little lesson about what an alpha male is, the alpha dog. So this happened. Look out, and then watch Jason Worth. Who's the first one out of the dugout? The leader, of course, the alpha dog. And he is not having any of this. And he was absolutely right in what he did. And then you get a pinch hit later in the game. What does an alpha male do, kids? He goes deep to tie it. And you can't imagine he's feeling real well today, but maybe that whole little dust up fired him up. He gets up there, goes deep for the 21st time this year, and ties the game at 7. And the Nats are ahead 8-7 right now, and everybody behind the dugout, they're not feeling good either. They were celebrating last night, but they're standing.
Left-hander Phil Koch, so one lefty Rivero out, and then a veteran in who the Pirates just picked up. Added to their bullpen for this series. Anthony Rendon is 2 for 4 with a pair of RBIs today. Koch could be trying to get him to hit it on the ground, and that's up and away. First order of business is get Wilmer Defoe home from third and make it a 2-run game. Two and 0. Pittsburgh's 8th pitcher of the day. The Nats have employed 7 already. So they will pitch around Rendon and go bases loaded, lefty-lefty with Clint Robinson.
Chris Heisey making sure it's ball 4 before he goes to second. He's asking for it.
Clint today 0 for 2, or rather been made 2 outs, but he has a base hit and a walk in between. Colt gave up a 7th inning base hit to Wilson Ramos on Friday night, but he got the double play ball on Stephen Drew in a lefty-lefty matchup, and Clint obviously wants to elevate something and get that runner home. How about that for a clean single to left? It is 9-7 Nats. The line moving, everybody 90 feet forward, and Clint Robinson has a 2 for 4 day, on base 3 times.
He looked like he took that one a little bit personal. Good at bats. I mean, anytime you walk somebody to get to you, it'll get your attention. But when you walk another run into scoring position, it'll really get your attention. Clint Hurdle playing the percentages, but Clint Robinson's hit lefties well this year at a 250 clip before that.
Pitcher spot, and Pedro Severino will get a rare at bat here. 7 for 19 with a homer, 2 RBIs in 10 ball games. Hit his first big league home run in Colorado. He looks at a curveball low.
Nats doing a nice job with some tough hitting conditions here.
Yeah, how about a 5-hit inning here? Still only 1 out. Severino, the 9th batter. He'll take that off-speed pitch in the dirt, 2-1.
You know, Dusty's saying track it all the way highs. You know, it takes me back to when I was lucky enough to play for him. He says little phrases in the middle of your at-bat that you can't miss. Even if there's 50,000 people going nuts, you can hear Dusty's voice, and it's always positive, upbeat, and encouraging. And when you're grinding out at-bats and you hear your skipper over there rooting for you, almost teaching you, encouraging you in the middle of an at-bat, it means a lot. It dials you in. It locks you in as a hitter.
2-1.
And it's not just let's go. It's instructional. It's encouragement. It's always positive. And it makes you as a player want to succeed, not just for yourself and your team, but for your manager too. You know, that's to me what the best managers do. When you're playing in the middle of the game, you're thinking about how you want to please them and make them happy because they've treated you well.
Big pitch here, 3-1. Rookie catcher waiting. He's going to take the walk, and the Nationals lead 10-7. Three walks in the inning, and the guy who got it all started, Stephen Drew, is about to bat again. Quite a way to get an RBI.
It's good discipline. You want to be the hero, but you didn't get a pitch to hit, so you take your walk, drive in a run. Line is more than moving here in the 8th.
Drew will probably make him throw a couple of strikes. Koch gets ahead. 9 batters, 1 out. 5 runs in this inning, all charged to Felipe Rivero. Drew rolls one to second. Pirates will turn 2, but it's a huge inning for the Nats. 5 men across the plate. Jason Worth, one of them. The big blow to tie the game, an absolute rocket. Dead center. That made it 7-all, and then the Nats went 3 better. Totally involved and all in this one today. 10-14 Nats, 7-7-1 Pirates. And now Washington with its bullpen set up. Sean Kelly for the 8th. He'll be pitching to Pedro Severino. And the new pitching spot in the batting order is the number 8 hole. So Kelly's number 65th game. League only hitting .203 against him. Righties, lefties, you pick the side of the plate. He's done well against both. So Severino stays in to catch. Jordy Mercer, 1 for 3 today. Ball 1 from Kelly low. Mercer 0 for 2 career against the Nats' 8th inning guy. Upstairs, Mercer trying to drive something on 2-0. Three and one.
Trying to get this one to Mark Melancon for the 9th. He's out there doing his shadow stuff. There he is.
Yeah, you know he wants to be back out there after that crazy finish on Friday. And Kelly gets a shot to the right side for Defoe. 5 outs to go in this one, with Florimon and Fryer the next 2. Johnny Holiday and Ray Knight. Now those guys had spent some serious time in the studio this weekend. It's our Nats Extra post-game show presented by WB Mason. When this one's over, baseball note. There's Melancon doing his routine.
Someone was asking me the other day if they were trying to get in his head with that shark stuff. I don't think so. I mean, you have to ask the Pirates relievers, but I think they were just paying a tribute to their old buddy and just have left it up the whole time.
I think you could tell by that, the ovation when he came in, the Pirates honoring him on the scoreboard, that it was all sincere from this organization to a former star.
Some huge moments as the Pirates closer.
Yeah. By the way, the Red Sox just won again. 3-2 over Tampa Bay. Their magic number is 2 as they win their 11th in a row. Now that is some kind of September.
They could win out. They still have to wait around 4 days before they play.
I mean, here's your reward. Take 4 days. Actually, they get to play Thursday. The American League gets to start Thursday, the National League Friday, which I think is unfair because it seems like it happens every year. Why not alternate?
Yeah.
Why does the National League always have to wait till Friday? Toronto won. That's what keeps their magic number from going down to 1. So they're sitting at a deuce. Swing and a miss. So Kelly looking good, and Dan has more on the guy named Mark.
Bob, I talked to Melanson the other day after his appearance here at PNC Park. He said about the stuff out there that is in the Pirates bullpen, all the shark stuff and the collage that they had made of all the pictures, that hadn't been there before, that the relievers just made it as a little tribute to him, which he appreciated. He says they call him Mark the Shark here. He said he wanted to tip his cap when the Pirates ran that video tribute to him when he was on the mound, but he didn't really know how to deal with the situation. He still wanted to be locked in and pitch and didn't want to tip his cap and then have people thinking that he wasn't into the game. So he didn't really know how to handle that situation. It was kind of strange for him.
I thought it would be strange. He's had so many big moments as a Pirates closer. Now you're standing on the mound for the other team and the different bullpen, different sided dugout, clubhouse. It must have all been surreal for him. When you talk to players, they go back to a place they've had a lot of success. It's oftentimes difficult the first time. It's like driving by your old house, the one you lived in your whole life. One you grew up in.
Sean Kelly trying to get it to the 9th. Fryer 1 for 3 with a triple. Oh, perfect looking pitch, at least from Kelly's standpoint. He was heading for the dugout.
Pretty good pitch, I thought.
Bottom of the 8th. Three-two, got him on a check swing. 1, 2, 3 for Kelly. Now the bullpen is shining. The offense has been big today as well. At the hotel, are you staying for the game? And they said, of course we are. I want to see another win here. It'll take them into the early evening to get it, and then on the way back to DC. But it's so great when your fans support you away from home like they have, and just makes the whole weekend even more special.
And greet you when you come back from the road trip. So hopefully there's a lot of fans at the ballpark tonight. Got nothing to do on a Sunday night. Come out and let the boys know you're proud of them.
Yeah, you are right. You saw Joe Ross walking up to pinch here in the here in the ninth inning as Phil Koch stays in the game. Two and 2/3 innings yesterday, a run on 5 hits, 63 pitches. So Joe would be scheduled to go again Thursday or Friday. We'll see how that all shakes out. Tanner Roark tomorrow against the D-backs.
The longest 9-inning game in Nats history was 3 hours and 56 minutes. Pretty sure we're right around there.
Well, this game would have to be over in the next 5 or 6 minutes to not make it to that. So it's looking like a lock. Yeah, Ross down for Thursday after Tanner, Max, and Gio in the Arizona series. Ross, Turner, and Revere here, top of the ninth. Oh, wow, what a rip. Joe only got one at bat last night. That was a fairly well hit 5-3 ground ball to the left side in the second inning. Right side. That one picked off by David Freese, and Ross made him race to the bag.
I'm telling you, I've never seen Joe Ross's defensive skills or what position he would play, but he could go full Rick Ankiel if he wanted to someday. He can swing it, he can run. I don't know what position he played, though.
What a beautiful athlete. Wow. I just want to see him get built up on the pitch count. Trey Turner 1 for 2. He did have a base hit that got the line moving again last inning after the Jason Worth home run. It's by 3, safe situation unless something changes here. Dodgers, by the way, at home, trailing 2-1, 4th inning to Colorado.
Let's go Rockies.
Yep. 2 down on the swing and miss. And we will see a 6th at bat for Ben Revere today. Three hits, 2 runs. He's pulled it hard twice, and a bouncing ball the other way for a hit. Phil Koch ahead. And this one high in the air to center. McCutchen in. And here we go to the bottom of the ninth. Mark Melancon save opportunity. That's trying to win the series. It looks like it's going to be a 17-pitcher day combined, which is one short of a major league record. But what's the big deal? These two teams just did it Friday night. So here's Melancon looking for his 13th save. 71st game overall.
I mean, something's got to be done about that. It's turning into like.
Although we did go extra innings the other night.
War of attrition. Whoever has the most players wins. I mean, it has nothing to do with strategy. It's just keep rolling in pitchers for matchups from the 4th inning on, and it's you play one way for 5 months and then a total different way for a month. It kind of turns it into a softball game or something, or a college baseball game when you can have as many people on the roster as you want.
Well, I think ultimately the folks sitting in the stands are watching 4-hour ball games. I would love to hear the result if the fans could speak up, if somebody would put a poll together and ask them what they think of all of this, because they're the paying customers and they're sitting through 3.5 to 4.5 hour games.
That's one way to look at it. I choose to look at it as from a baseball strategy standpoint, and it's just, I mean, why wouldn't you call up your whole 40-man roster? Unless you're a small market team and you can't afford it.
Mark Melancon against David Freese. 2 for 5 career against him. Nats on top 10-7, trying to win the series, and their 91st game of the year. Also trying to finish their road portion of the schedule with 45 wins.
And stay ahead of the Dodgers for home field advantage.
Yep. It's in there to even the count. Melancon, the 9th Nats pitcher. 17 pitchers in a 9-inning game. Outside, 2-1.
Sorry, is my mic open?
So the foul tip, it's 2-2. Swing and a miss on a ball cutting away.
That was nasty. That was a cutter with a purpose. Watch how much this cutter breaks. I mean, it might as well be a slider. Look at that. Just taken off, and Severino to the backhand to catch it. Looked like a strike all the way and just hangs a left. That's a lane changer right there. Nice pitch.
First at bat of the day for the left fielder, Adam Frazier, who came in on a double switch a couple of innings ago. And Melanson ahead, low in the zone. Frazier faces the former Pirates closer for the first time. One. By the mound, on the charge, Defoe. Oh, he was really on the move. 2 down. So Jason Rogers, right-handed hitter. And Rogers 0 for 1 career against Mark Melanson. Well, he's got the dart throwing thing going right now. Mark, nothing but strikes for the most part here. And a count of 1-2.
It's like we dropped that curveball out of the booth right into Severino's glove. That's how much it broke.
Another breaking ball and a 2-hopper to Drew. The Nets win the series in Pittsburgh, which includes a clincher. And they've won 91 games on the year. And it looks like 4 hours and 1 minute on this 9-inning game.
Well, last night was New Year's Eve for the Nats, and today was New Year's Day. And New Year's Day is always a tough day to win on. So nicely done, 10-7. Jason Worth came through in a bunch of different ways in the clubhouse and on the field today. Nicely done.
Very well said, sir. And it'll be a nice ride home for the Nats with the rest of the season, all 7 of them at home. Arizona's in tomorrow night. Tanner Roark for the Nats against Archie Bradley. Coverage begins at 6:30. And from Pittsburgh, this whole weekend has been a presentation of Masson. Johnny and Ray straight ahead. And from PNC Park, see you later.